السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا بكم في البث 56، حيث أشارككم دراستي الفلسفية المنطقية العلمانية الكلامية البتنجانية. ونحن الآن في صدد معالجة شبهة ماذا تقول هذه الشبهة؟ يقول الإمام فخر الدين الرازي أن التصديق مركب من 3 تصورات على الأقل زائد حكم. يعني لما أصدق على أن هذا القلم موجود، لازم أبقى عارف معنى القلم ومعنى الوجود ومعنى وجود القلم زائد الحكم بتاع القلم موجود فعلا ولا لأ. فالتصديق مركب في وجهة نظره. يلي ذلك استشكال. قبل الاستشكال، لو أنا مش معايا جزء من الأجزاء دي، يعني لو أنا مش عارف القلم أو مش عارف الوجود أو مش فاهم يعني إيه القلم موجود أو ما عنديش الحكم، يبقى التصديق مستحيل أو ممتنع أو متعذر. تمام؟ هنا الإشكال بقى. أحيانا نقول مثلا الشيء الفلاني مجهول، كقولي أنا لا أعلم الشيء الذي في الصندوق، لا أعلم ما في الصندوق. فده تصديق، ولكن عن شيء مجهول، فأنا غير متصور في الصندوق، فكيف أصدق عليه؟ فهذا هو الإشكال. فيعرض الرازي الإشكال فيقول: لا يقال ألستم حكمتم على غير المعلوم بأنه يمتنع الحكم عليه وزعمتم أن ذلك قضية صادقة، فالمحكوم عليه غير متصور. فلأن قلتم إن غير المعلوم معلوم منه أنه غير معلوم، فلا يكون المحكوم عليه غير معلوم. فنقول غير المعلوم له اعتباران: الأول الأمر الذي عرض له أنه غير معلوم، والثاني مجرد هذا الاعتبار، أعني اللامعلومية. فإن كان المحكوم عليه في القضية المذكورة الأول، كان المحكوم عليه من حيث إنه محكوم عليه غير متصور، فيتوجه الشك. يعني إيه الكلام ده؟ واحدة واحدة. ألستم حكمتم لا يقال، يعني في بعض الناس هتقول فكلامهم غلط، اللي بيقول كده كلامه غلط. يعني لا يقال، ما تقولوش كده. يعني ألستم حكمتم على غير المعلوم بأنه يمتنع الحكم عليه. انت يا رازي بتقول انت حكمت بالفعل ان المجهول مش ممكن تحكم عليه، وقلت ان دي قضية صادقة، يعني ده تصديق على شيء مجهول. فلئن قلتم يعني ممكن تقول إن المجهول معلوم منه أنه مجهول. فلا يكون المحكوم عليه غير معلوم. يعني المجهول هيكون معلوم، بس هنا إشكال، يبدو إن ده تناقض. إزاي المجهول معلوم؟ فنقول بيوضح غير المعلوم له اعتباران. يعني المجهول له معنيين. الأول الأمر الذي عرض له أنه غير معلوم، فلا يكون المحكوم عليه غير معلوم. الأول الأمر الذي عرض له أنه غير معلوم، يعني الشيء نفسه المجهول، زي الشيء اللي في الصندوق. الثاني مجرد هذا الاعتبار أعني لا معلومية، يعني المجهول نفسه. يعني كلمة مجهول يعني إن أنا جاهل شيء، الجهل نفسه. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. فإن كان المحكوم عليه في القضية المذكورة الأول كان المحكوم عليه من حيث إنه محكوم عليه غير متصور فيتوجه الشك. وإن كان الثاني كان الحكم بأنه لا يصح الحكم عليه كاذبا، لأن كل معلوم صح الحكم عليه ولو بكونه معلوما. أنا أظن يعني والله أعلم يعني إن الكلام مترجم غلط للإنجليزية. يعني الإنجليزية على الشمال أهو، اللي قدامكم على الشمال مترجمين الكلام، فأظن إن هما فاهمين غلط. أنا أحاول. زي ايه؟ انا منتظر شات جي بي تي. مم. آه، فهمت. الحمد لله. نكمل. نكمل هذا الكلام الصعب. بس آسف، أنا آسف، ولكني فاقد الحماس والتحفيز. مع ان كلام الرازي يعني كويس، يعني معقول يعني. ولكن ليس كل ما هو معقول يسهل فهمه. حتى اللعبة اللي بلعبها لعبة متخلفة، يعني مش ممتعة، بس أي حاجة أمتع من اللي أنا بعمله، يعني أي حاجة أمتع من كلام فلسفي منطقي يعني بحب والله الفلسفة والمنطق، بس عارف كده أنا تعبت. تعبت تعبت. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. لا إله إلا الله. في الآخر أخسر بقى، هتبقى حاجة حزينة أوي بعد تضييع هذا الوقت كله. انتصرت. بس الجايزة ايه بقى؟ مفيش جايزة. ضيعت وقت وخلاص. انا عايز انام. الله. ماذا يقول الرأس؟ هل كل التصورات مكتسبة؟ يسأل هل كل التصورات مكتسبة؟ فيقول ثم نقول كل واحد من التصورات والتصديقات إما يكون غنيا عن الاكتساب وهو ظاهر الفساد أو محتاج إليه وهو باطل، لأنه يلزم استناد كل واحد منها إلى غيره إما في موضوعات متناهية أو غير متناهية وهو محال، وبتقدير صحته فالمطلوب حاصل. يعني نركز. كل واحد من التصورات والتصديقات إما أن يكون غنيا عن الاكتساب وظاهر الفساد أو محتاج إليه وهو باطل. تمام. لأنه يلزم استناد كل واحد منها إلى غيره إما في موضوعات متناهية أو غير متناهية وهو محال. أنا مش فاهم. أنا أستسلم وأستعين بChatGPT. هنا نصور الكلام الأول. المنطق 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 ايدي النيلة. مش عارف اعمل كوبي. عملت كوبي. نجيب ChatGPT ونأمر هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي بأن يشرح لنا. الدنيا بقت سهلة قوي، سبحان الله. سبحان الله سبحان الله. ثم ننتظر ChatGPT. تعال نقرا تاني كده. لو كان كل واحد من المعلومات من التصورات أو التصديقات يستند إلى غيره، فالمطلوب حاصل. إيه هو المطلوب؟ لأنه إما أن يوجد فيها ما يوجب لذاته في الذهن شيئا، حينئذ يكون لزومه عنه غير مكتسب، أو لا يكون ذلك يقتضي أن لا يوجب شيء منها شيئا، فلا يكون شيء منها مكتسبا. وصل النتيجة دي ازاي؟ أنا مش فاهم. يلا يا شادي بدي. أهو. لا يخلو إما أن لا يخلو إما أن لا يمكن استنتاج المحتاج عن الغني. إيه؟ وليه قفزة نوعية؟ اشرح كلمة كلمة. تعال نقرأ بالإنجليزي كده ممكن نفهم. For each of them must be connected to another either through a finite number of steps or an infinity of them, but the latter would be absurd. So assuming this to be correct, the sought conclusion is attained. For either among the conceptions and assents there is something that just by itself necessitates. أنا فهمت. طب ما كنا نعمل كده من بدري. لما بيقول وهو محال يقصد إن كونها غير متناهية، وبتقدير صحة إن هو محال يبقى التاني المطلوب حاصل إن هو متناهية، لأنه إما أن يوجد فيها ما يوجب لذاته في الذهن شيئا فحينئذ يكون لزومه عنه غير مكتسب. الجملة دي مش فاهمها. تعال نرجع لشات جي بي تي. إيه الأخبار؟ لا أخبار. لا نرجع تاني. For either among the conceptions and assents there is there is something that just by itself necessitates something else in the mind, in which case whatever follows from it is not required, it's not acquired, or this is not the case, which would entail that it does not necessitate anything else from among the conceptions and assents, so none of them is acquired. مش فاهم برضو. نرجع لشات جي بي تي. ايه الأخبار؟ لا أخبار. نرجع تاني لكلام الرازي. ماذا يقول الرازي؟ لأنه يلزم استناد كل واحد منها إلى غيره، إما في موضوعات متناهية وغير متناهية، وهو محال بتقدير صحته فالمطلوب حاصل، لأنه إما أن يوجد فيها ما يوجب لذاته في الذهن شيئا فحينئذ يكون لزومه عنه غير مكتسب. أو لا يكون، وذلك يقتضي ألا يوجب شيئا منها شيئا فلا يكون شيئا منها مكتسبا. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. طب شات جي بي تي اشتغل ماشي. لأنه إما أن يوجد فيها ما يوجب لذاته في الذهن شيئا، إما أن يوجد بين هذه التصورات والتصديقات ما هو بديهي بنفسه يثبت القضية بمجرد تصوره فحينئذ يكون لزومه عنه غير مكتسب. عندها لا يكون هذا العلم محتاج لاكتساب بل ضروري وفطري، أو لا يوجد فيها ما هو بديهي. وهذا يؤدي إلى أن أي قضية لن تستلزم أي قضية أخرى، وبذلك تنهدم المعرفة كلها لأنها لن تكون مكتسبة ولا بديهية. ما كملش ليه؟ طيب وقف ليه؟ أكمل. أكمل يا أستاذ. قبل ما يكمل نكمل إحنا. وإما أن يكون بعضها غنيا وبعضها محتاجا، وحينئذ لا يخلو إما أن لا يمكن استنتاج المحتاج عن الغني وهو باطل. إيه؟ ما معنى هذا؟ وإما أن يكون بعضها غني وبعضها محتاجا، وحينئذ لا يخلو إما أن لا يمكن استنتاج المحتاج عن الغني وهو باطل لما نعلم بالضرورة أن من علم لزوم شيء لشيء وعلم مع ذلك وجود الملزوم أو عدم اللازم، علم من الأول وجود اللازم ومن الثاني عدم الملزوم، أو يمكن وحينئذ إما أن يحصل كل مطلوب من كل بديهي كيف كان وهو أولي البطلان، أو يمكن هنا، أو يمكن إيه بالظبط؟ إما يعني يمكن استنتاج المحتاج عن الغني، وحينئذ إما أن يحصل كل مطلوب من كل بديهي كيف كان هو أولي البطلان. نشوف بالإنجليزي. نشوف الشرح. من أول فين؟ Or it may be that some conceptions in a sense need to be acquired while others do not, in which case there are two options. On the one hand, that it is impossible to produce a sought result from what does need acquisition to what does not need acquisition. فهم. أنا فهمت بالعربي، ما فهمتش بالإنجليزي. نرجع لChatGPT. طيب أهنك لسه. طيب نرجع تاني للعربي. هستنتج المعلومة المحتاجة من المعلومة الغنية. تمام. في معلومات غنية بديهية يعني فطرية، وفي معلومات مش بديهية نظرية، فأنا بكتسب النظري بمجرد بناء المعلومات البديهية أو الغنية على بعضها البعض. جميل. حينئذ بقى النتيجة ايه؟ إن إما أن يحصل كل مطلوب من كل بديهي كيف كان وهو أولي البطلان. يعني إيه الجملة العجيبة دي؟ يعني إيه إما أن يحصل كل مطلوب من كل بديهي؟ نكمل. أو لكل مطلوب أوليات مخصوصة ولا بد من وقوعها على شرائط إما يعني إن ممكن تستنتج أي حاجة من البديهيات، وده طبعا يعني احتمال غلط. إما هتستنتج بعض النتائج المحتاجة المعينة من بعض البديهيات المعينة، وحينئذ لابد من بيان تلك الشرائط ليكون العالم بها متمكنا من استعلام المجهولات بحيث لا يغلط إلا نادرا، والعلم المتكفل به هو المنطق. لا يقال هذا المنطق إن كان من الأوليات فليستغنى عن تعلمه، وإلا فليفتقر إلى منطق آخر. ولأن كثيرا ممن لم يتعلم هذا العلم اكتسب العلم بالمجهولات، لأننا نجيب عن الأول بأن أكثر المباحث العقلية من هذا العلم أمور متى جردت علمت صحتها بالبديهية، والذي ليس كذلك فينتهي إلى الأول لا محالة. وعن الثاني أن لا نقول الذهن وحده لا يكفي في إصابة الحق، بل قد يكفي نادرا في البعض وقد لا يكفي فيحتاج إلى الاستعانة بالمنطق. ChatGPT شرح بعد ما أنا فهمت، بس يعني لا يقال هذا المنطق إن كان من الأوليات فليستغنى عن تعلمه، إلا فليفتقر إلى منطق آخر. ولأن كثيرا ممن لم يتعلم هذا العلم اكتسب العلم بالمجهولات، لأننا نجيب عن الأول بأن أكثر المباحث العقلية من هذا العلم أمور متى جردت علمت. يعني إيه جردت؟ ماذا يقصد بجردت؟ فهمت يعني أو دونت يعني أو فصلت أظن، علمت صحتها بالبديهة. والذي ليس كذلك فينتهي إلى الأول لا محالة، يعني ينتهي إلى البديهي ماشي. وعن الثاني أن لا نقول الذهن وحده لا يكفي في إصابة الحق. لا نقول أن الذهن وحده لا يكفي، بل قد يكفي نادرا في البعض وقد لا يكفي فيحتاج إلى الاستعانة بالمنطق. ماشي، الحمد لله انتهينا من النص. هنبدأ في النص اللي بعده، النص 13 لأفضل الدين الخونجي في كشف الأسرار عن غوامض الأفكار، حيث يقول الآتي: التصورات والتصديقات إما ضرورية أو نظرية، وهي تشكل أساس الفكر. العلم إما تصور إن كان إدراكا ساذجا، وإما تصديق إن كان من الحكم بإسناد أمر إلى أمر إيجابا أو سلبا، وكل منهما إما نظري يحتاج في تحصيله إلى الفكر، هو ترتيب أمور معلومة ترتيبا خاصا للتأدي منها إلى تحصيل غير المعلوم، وإما ضروري لا يحتاج في تحصيله إلى ذلك. وليست التصورات والتصديقات بأسرها ضرورية، وإلا لما فقدنا شيئا، ولا نظرية وإلا لما حصلنا على شيء. فإذا البعض من كل منها ضروري والبعض نظري، وينتهي كل منه إلى الضروري قطعا للدور والتسلسل. استكمال النفس الإنسانية عن طريق التصور والتصديق. ثم استكمال النفس الإنسانية في قوتها النظرية إنما هو بحصول العلوم النظرية لاشتراك الكل في الضروريات. ما ثم استكمال النفس الإنسانية في قوتها النظرية. يعني إيه استكمال النفس النفسية النفس الإنسانية في قوتها النظرية؟ يعني هي النفس ليها قوة بتحققها لما بتعرف. يعني أنا عندي قوة للعلم، وعندي لما أعلم بجد ببقى عالم ماشي. عشان أحصل يعني على العلم النظري، فهو إنما بحصول العلوم النظرية لاشتراك الكل في الضروريات. يعني كلنا مشتركين في الضروريات، كل البشر يعني. فالناس بقى المتميزة هي اللي بتحصل العلوم النظرية ماشي. وكذلك في قوتها العملية، لأن كمالها بفعل الخير والتخلق بالأخلاق المرضية والتجنب عن المذمومة الدنية عقلا وشرعا، وذلك بعلم الأخلاق والحكمة العملية التي هي من العلوم النظرية. الحاجة إلى المنطق في السعي نحو كمال النفس الإنسانية. وتحصيل العلوم النظرية إنما هو بالفكر، وإنه ليس مما يصيب دائما لمناقضة بعضهم ببعضا في مقتضى أفكارهم، بل الإنسان الواحد نفسه في وقتين. فمست الحاجة إلى قانون يفيد معرفة طرق اكتساب النظريات من الضروريات، والإحاطة بالصحيح والفاسد منها، وبما به يتميز أحدهما عن الآخر، وبما به يلتبس. معلش أنا سرحت عيد تاني. والإحاطة بالصحيح والفاسد منها، وبما به يتميز أحدهما عن الآخر، وبما به يلتبس أو ما يوهم الالتباس يؤمن بمراعاته الغلط في الأفكار، وذلك هو المنطق. اعتراض: كيف يتوصل إلى قوانين المنطق دون الاحتياج إلى منطق آخر؟ فإن قيل بأن هذا العلم ليس ضروريا بجميع أجزائه، وإلا لامتنع الغلط في الأفكار لكون المبادئ بأسرها ضرورية، وكون العلم بجميع طرق الانتقال منها إلى النظريات ضروريا أيضا حينئذ. واحدة واحدة. واحدة واحدة. أنا آسف على التعطيل العطلة، بس يعني كنت ببص على حاجة. المهم، فإن قيل بأن هذا العلم أي المنطق ليس ضروريا بجميع أجزائه، وإلا لامتنع الغلط في الفكر لو كان كله ضروري لامتنع الغلط في الأفكار لكون المبادئ بأسرها ضرورية، وكون العلم بجميع طرق الانتقال منها إلى النظرية ضروريا أيضا حينئذ، فهو إذا نظري إما بكل أجزائه أو ببعضها، فلا بد من الاكتساب المحوج إلى ما ذكرتم من القانون، ولا يقال بأن العلوم منها متسقة فلا بد من الاكتساب المحوج إلى ما ذكرتم من القانون. يعني محتاجين قانون للقانون. ولا يقال بأن العلوم منها متسقة منتظمة يؤمن وقوع الغلط فيها كالعدديات والحساب، فلا يحتاج فيها إلى المنطق. ومنها ما ليس كذلك كالطبيعيات والإلهيات، فيحتاج فيها إلى المنطق. ولا يلزم من ذلك احتياج المنطق إلى شيء لكونه من قبيل المتسقة، ولأن ما هو نظري منه ينتهي إلى البعض الضروري منه ولم يحتج إلى قانون آخر. أنا مش فاهم. أنا بدأت أشك في فائدة هذه الدراسة. بفكر أقرأ كتاب رامون هارفي بدلا من ذلك. مش عارف، محتار. أصل في خلط بين المنطق والعلمانية. أو العلمولوجيا، تسميها العلمولوجيا؟ ايه رأيك في التسمية دي، علمولوجيا بدل أصول العلم؟ انا مش هقرا، انا هسمع. The Heirs of Avicenna، ابن سينا. تقريبا ده ثانية واحدة. كويس.
ايوه، هو ممكن يكون خاله عمرو. مش ممكن طبعا.
يلا نبدأ.
The present volume was conceived from the outset as a founding document of analytic Islamic epistemology. That is, with it we seek to constitute a new subfield of academic study, although we recognize that individual scholarly work germane to it already exists. Analytic Islamic epistemology can be defined as the use of intellectual frameworks drawn from the analytic tradition to explore and extend epistemological questions relevant to Islamic theology. A couple of caveats are in order. First, as an initial foray into this field of study, the reader will not only encounter the writing of epistemologists within the pages of this book. To map major contours of epistemological thought within Islam in an adequate fashion, despite recognizing that inevitably many interesting developments cannot be covered, it was necessary to bring on board intellectual historians specialized in various Islamic periods and traditions. Second, our focus on the analytic tradition does not signal any intended slight towards the philosophical approach known as the continental or, perhaps better, phenomenological tradition. Despite valuing the insights of this latter approach, we recognize that any serious engagement with it would require the complex navigation of an alternative discourse with its own canons and relationship to religious truth. In any case, the analytic tradition, in its Christian-mediated guise, with its focus on rigorous definition and logical argument, represented a more attractive initial conversation partner for taking stock of Islamic religious epistemology past and present. In the remainder of this introduction, we shall set out in greater detail the appropriate preliminaries to the contributions made by the 15 chapters collected herein. We start with a broad overview of epistemological tendencies within the Islamic tradition, introducing the main groupings and approaches that will inform many of the essays in this volume. We will then turn to the Western tradition and trace some of the major perspectives in religious epistemology since the Enlightenment, which serve as the intellectual context for the dialogue that we aim to broach between the two discourses. Next, we shall undertake a more precise operation of bridging the gap between the classical Islamic tradition and the categories of contemporary analytic epistemology. Thereafter, we present a case study. This content, of the epistemology of a major early Islamic theologian, Abu Manr al-Maturidi, d. 333/944. This acts both to provide a detailed illustration of the ideas already surveyed and to present an influential and original Islamic epistemological system that will not otherwise feature in the book. Then, we shall briefly discuss recent trends in Islamic religious epistemology which, in light of what has preceded, present the current moment and its challenges. Finally, we will introduce the 5 parts of the book and the 3 chapters in each, as well as offer some general notes to aid the reader. Epistemological tendencies in the Islamic tradition. Muslim scholarly, and popular, literature on the topic of knowledge is vast. Many scholars have dedicated an entire book or substantial chapter to discussing knowledge, its importance, and its various forms. These works often aim to define knowledge in terms of its religious, ethical, and practical significance. Muslim scholars across the fields of Quran, Hadith, law, theology, and more have frequently discussed knowledge in the context of its necessity for understanding and practicing Islam. They have drawn on Quranic verses and hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad to underscore the divine endorsement of seeking knowledge. They have also stressed the holistic integration of knowledge with belief, iman, and ethical conduct, akhlaq or adab. The Islamic scriptural sources emphasize the pursuit of knowledge to strengthen one's faith. Knowledge is seen as a prerequisite for true belief, as it enables believers to understand and internalize religious teachings. In fact, the relationship between knowledge and belief is one of interdependency, since true belief cannot exist without knowledge, and knowledge is incomplete without belief. Scholarly discussions have often revolved around the degrees of certainty that could be found in different kinds of knowledge and their impact on the firmness and quality of faith. This has also led to a differentiation between mere uncritical belief, taqlid, and an informed faith based on verification, tact, through knowledge, the latter being a result of greater epistemic exertion and grace from God. To begin to do justice to the range of discourses within the Islamic tradition aligning with the notion of analytic epistemology, it is important to take a broad compass. A major Islamic expression of this field is found within the discipline of Ilm al-Kalam, rational theology. This method of rational discourse for the defense and articulation of scriptural truths, paradigmatically practiced in Arabic, was not only the mainstay of major Islamic schools, such as the Ash'ars, Maturides, Mu'tazila, and the Imamiyya and Zaydisha, but even found its adherents amongst Jewish and Christian theologians, although often in fierce contestation with one another. The practitioners of Kalam, Mu'takallimun, were invested in a shared project in which they used concepts naturaliste from existing philosophical discourse, such as the Platonic, Aristotelian, and Stoic traditions, as well as emerging indigenous rational investigation, to justify core beliefs of Aqda, creed, as knowledge. In the opening chapters of Kalam manuals, theologians would outline the epistemological framework that would govern the development of their arguments. Hence, these chapters discuss many topics that are broadly equivalent to those within contemporary religious epistemology. Scholars of Kalam also elaborated on the theme of God's knowledge as part of their theological articulation of the divine nature. God's knowledge, considered absolute, eternal, or timeless, and encompassing all things past, present and future, is contrasted with human knowledge, which is limited and contingent. The doctrine of divine omniscience was thus used to emphasize human limitations and the need for intellectual humility. It led some scholars to explore the implications of God's knowledge for understanding predestination and free will, namely, how either God's knowledge does not negate human free will, as it reflects rather than determines human choice, or how it does negate free will because its operation, in tandem with the divine will, is essentially coercive. Despite the wide acknowledgement that there is an unknowable and incomprehensible aspect to God's nature, Muslim theologians have investigated how human beings can know God, focusing on the means and limits of acquiring such knowledge through reason and revelation. They proposed that knowledge of God is the highest form of knowledge and is only attainable by deeply examining the signs and portents of God in creation and ourselves. Alongside this, they often drew a distinction between knowledge of God's attributes, ift, and knowledge of his underlying essence or complete essential nature, dat. Some scholars deemed the former possible, albeit to a limited degree, via rational inference, while thinking the latter utterly beyond human comprehension. Scholars also discussed the role of the messengers and revealed scriptures in conveying. 6. For general discussion, see Frank, The Science of Kalam. A summary of relevant groups, knowledge about God inaccessible to human reason by itself. Additionally, some held that true human knowledge of God was only possible following a process of intellectual and spiritual purification. In this regard, the integration of Sufi practices to achieve a deeper, experiential knowledge of God, see below, which was famously promoted by Abu Mid al-Ghazali, d. 505/1111, became a common feature of mainstream Sunnism. As a synthesis between scripture and a certain mode of reason, one that, it should be said in light of the present topic, emphasized evidentialism, Kalam was criticized by those with alternative commitments. For the cluster of broadly scripturalist theologies often described as traditionalism, the approach of Kalam to the gamut of questions surrounding warranted belief was overly intellectualist. Traditionalists were concerned with safeguarding a creedal legacy that they understood to be in line with the earliest and best generations of Muslims, the Salaf, who were the most deserving to be followed in the matter of belief. These traditionalists, often associated with the emerging Sunni Hadith movement to collect and verify the prophetic legacy, saw true belief as not requiring the elaborate rational argumentation of Kalam for its justification. its correctness was instead obvious to every person with an uncorrupted natural disposition, fira, especially upon the encounter with the accurately transmitted and taught Islamic revealed sources. This implied that belief in God ought to be established on the firm foundations of the Quran, the Sunnah, and consensus. The result is that many expressions of this tendency developed a fideistic flavor, although more intellectually nuanced versions did exist, too. In turn, traditionalism was seen by practitioners of Kalam as unsophisticated and unable to respond to new religious challenges. Opposition to prevailing Sunni Kalam and traditionalist epistemic accounts alike was provided within the SH tradition. SH scholars highlight the special status of the Imams, a chain of successors to the Prophet Muhammad from within his family, al-Bayt, who are seen as divinely guided and possessing superior knowledge. Thus, in Shi'ism, religious knowledge is shaped by the teaching of the Imams, which is often held to provide a living post-prophetic source of infallible guidance. Knowledge, particularly of unseen matters, is seen as a divine gift that is imparted to the Imams to guide the community and elucidate for them complex 11 Muhammad, theological and legal issues. Hence, SH belief places a strong emphasis on an esoteric inner dimension of knowledge possessed by the Imams that is not publicly accessible to ordinary people. The Muslim philosophers, or Falasifa, meanwhile, cleave to a stream of merged Neoplatonic and Aristotelian philosophy which, though shaped by its development within an Islamic milieu, did not style itself as a theological response to scriptural truth. Although still classifiable, like Kalam, as a form of evidentialism. Proponents of Falsafa were committed to the continuation, albeit with their own new twist, of the epistemological categories and procedures of the Greek philosophical heritage, with some Iranian and Indian additions. Numerous Greek philosophical works were translated into Arabic as part of the translation movement in the Abbasid period and had a profound influence on the subsequent development of Islamic epistemological discourse. Key pioneers of Muslim philosophy, such as Al-Kendi, DCA 259/873, Al-Farabi, D 339/950, Ibn Sina, D 428/1037, and Ibn Rushd, D 595/1198, adapted a sophisticated pre-existing lexicon and set of rational precepts to the Arabic language and Islamic public debates over knowledge. The translation of Aristotle's works on logic, the Organon, and their integration into Islamic thought resulted in logic, mantiq, being considered essential for acquiring and validating knowledge. Islamic philosophers saw logic as the science of correct reasoning and an essential tool to ensure the coherence and consistency of their arguments and to distinguish true knowledge from falsehood. The systematization of logic by Al-Farabi and Ibn Sina, drawing heavily on Aristotle's syllogistic methods, as well as their own novel contributions, foregrounded the use of logical demonstration to attain certainty in knowledge. This philosophical epistemology was employed to support theological doctrines and indeed legal principles. Moreover, these philosophical methods were used to reconcile reason with revelation according to the premise that rational inquiry complements rather than contradicts divine revelation. For the Muslim Falasuf, it was the Kalam practitioner who was unsophisticated, his dialectical argumentation a bastardist version of the demonstrative scientific ideal established within philosophy. Post-classical Mu'tazilah on the whole conceded the point. A normative evaluation of whether they were correct to do so is a discussion for another place, and increasingly adopted elements of the framework of Falsafa, often under the name hikmah, wisdom. Hence, to a not inconsiderable degree, study of the post-classical Kalam tradition is simultaneously study of the later development of Falsafa. Finally, we can draw attention to Sufism which, though a meaningful category in its own right, often had a certain proximity to one of the preceding trends. That is, one can find Kalam practicing, traditionalist and philosophical modes of Sufi thought. The distinctive aspect of Sufism in this epistemological context was, of course, the commitment to the relevance of a form of mystical insight to ground knowledge claims. Despite a possible relationship to one of the other exoteric categories mentioned above, Sufis were distinguished by their conviction that true knowledge could only ultimately be secured by the esoteric unveiling granted to an adept on the spiritual path. For Sufis, knowledge is seen as a divine gift that enlightens the heart, leading to a deeper understanding of God and the self. This act of illumination is not purely intellectual but brings about moral and spiritual transformation. The metaphor of knowledge as light, nur, is supposed to capture its non-discursive, mystical, and experiential dimension. Ibn Arab, D638/1240, for example, describes knowledge as a light that God casts into the heart of his servants, illuminating the path to divine proximity and understanding. Before him, Al-Ghazali in many writings used the metaphor of light to explain the intuitive and immediate nature of true knowledge, which transcends rational discourse. Sufis distinguish between rational knowledge, ilm, and experiential, mystical knowledge, marifa. While rational knowledge is based on study and intellectual effort, mystical knowledge is attained through direct. 22 Sivan S. The concept of kashf, personal experience of the divine from the divine. The concept of kashf, unveiling, or ilm, inspiration, is a cornerstone of Sufi epistemology, referring to the seeker's insight into divine truths that bypass rational thought. For this reason, mystical knowledge is considered a higher form of knowledge that provides special insight into the divine reality that is superior to the rudimentary ways of knowing available through the senses or reasoning. Sufis argue that mystical knowledge is often acquired through spiritual practices such as meditation, dhikr, remembrance of God, and asceticism. Jalal al-Din al-Rumi S. D672/1273, poetry speaks of this mystical knowledge as a form of intimacy that is only accessible through love and union with God. However, as emphasized by al-Junayd al-Baghdadi, D297/910, one of the architects of the classical Sufi tradition, the guidance of a spiritual master, murshid or sheikh, is crucial for a seeker or disciple, murid, of the Sufi path to attain true knowledge before becoming an adept mystic or wayfarer, salik. The spiritual sheikh provides instruction, models virtuous behavior and helps the disciple navigate the spiritual path. The relationship between sheikh and disciple is based on trust and submission. The disciple follows the teachings and practices prescribed by the sheikh, who is seen as a vessel of divine wisdom indispensable for spiritual growth. Sufis often contrast inner, esoteric knowledge, bin, with outer, exoteric knowledge, here. While the exoteric pertains to the external aspects of religion, such as rituals and laws, the esoteric pertains to the hidden, inner meanings that can be accessed through spiritual insight and unveiling. The esoteric is thus considered superior to the exoteric because it provides deeper understanding and closer connection to the divine. True knowledge in Sufism, then, involves penetrating the surface to uncover the spiritual realities that lie beneath religious practices and texts. Finally, Sufi teachings outline various stages and levels of knowledge that correspond to the seeker's spiritual progression. These stages include initial learning, spiritual awakening, and eventual realization of divine unity. The seeker begins with ilm al-yaqin, the knowledge of certainty, progresses through ain al-yaqin, the eye or essence of certainty, and reaches aqd al-yaqin, the truth of certainty. Each stage represents a deeper level of understanding and connection with the divine, culminating in complete unity with God's will and pleasure. 20. Criticism of Sufism centers on the very features that its adherents support. The focus on a privately accessed, esoteric mode of knowledge may appear to conflict with the call to a straightforward universal creed that for some is the raison d'être of Islam. Moreover, the the idea of submission to the spiritual sheikh may be held to undermine the emphasis on personal epistemic autonomy that is an important theme within the rational theological tradition. A possible resolution to this tension could involve staking out distinct areas in which the various kinds of epistemic discourses operate. With this broad outline in place, we shall shift attention to the contemporary Western tradition of religious epistemology and survey its own history and categories as a starting point for the specific analytic Islamic epistemological questions that we shall seek to raise in this book. The development of religious epistemology in the contemporary Western tradition. The approach taken within this volume to situate Islamic epistemology within contemporary Western religious epistemology is not necessarily an obvious or natural move, given the internal development of that discourse. For a start, this latter tradition is dominated by the Christian philosophers who are the architects of the field as we know it today, a fact that looks likely to remain. This raises a challenge for any religious tradition outside Christianity to find welcoming points of entry. Another reason is that there has been little to no engagement with Islamic epistemology, or logic, metaphysics, ethics, and politics, for that matter, from other religious traditions and vice versa. Moreover, there has even been a relatively sparse development of Islamic epistemology as a field of inquiry on its own terms. This is suggested by the lack of substantive research monographs published in either English or any European language furthering the field. To outline how the present volume applies ideas of Western religious epistemology to Islamic debates and intervenes in the ongoing development of the former field, it is useful to provide a brief survey of this complex domain. This task requires us to examine the following core ideas as they developed within the Western tradition: Enlightenment evidentialism, natural theology, Wittgensteinian fideism, and, finally, Reformed epistemology. Simply put, the latter three epistemological ideas can be seen as responses to the first. Religious epistemology today in a sense is an ongoing debate about whether evidentialism applies to religious belief. Each of the three responses above has a distinct perspective on the nature of religious belief and its justification. Hence, through interaction with each other, these ideas shaped much of the discussions of 20th century Anglo-American, analytic, religious epistemology that form the broad context and point of departure for an assessment of the relation between knowledge, faith, and reason within philosophy of religion in the 21st century. Enlightenment evidentialism embodies a philosophical ethos that emerged from the intellectual ferment of the 18th century Enlightenment. This approach to the systematization of knowledge and belief is deeply rooted in the works of pivotal thinkers such as David Hume, Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Immanuel Kant. It emphasizes a rigorous grounding in reason as the cornerstone of any belief system. Enlightenment evidentialism embodies a philosophical ethos that emerged from the intellectual ferment of the 18th century Enlightenment. This approach to the systematization of knowledge and belief is deeply rooted in the works of pivotal thinkers such as David Hume, Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Immanuel Kant. It emphasizes a rigorous grounding in reason as the cornerstone of any belief system. The central tenet of Enlightenment evidentialism is the consistent application of reason to all beliefs. Kant's imperative dare to know, sapere aude, which can be more loosely rendered as have the courage to use. The central tenet of Enlightenment evidentialism is the consistent application of reason to all beliefs. Kant's imperative dare to know, sapere aude, which can be more loosely rendered as have the courage to use your own understanding, encapsulates this ethos, advocating for autonomy in reasoning and skepticism about received wisdom. Kant's imperative dare to know. Sapere aude, which can be more loosely rendered as have the courage to use your own understanding, encapsulates this ethos, advocating for autonomy in reasoning and skepticism about received wisdom. This philosophical stance challenges the legitimacy of beliefs based on tradition, authority, or mere sentiment, insisting instead that all beliefs must withstand the scrutiny of reason. At its core is the following claim. B. A belief in B is justified if and only if there is evidence supporting the belief in B. A classic representation of Enlightenment evidentialism is W. K. Clifford's essay titled The Ethics of Belief. It further cemented the evidentialist framework by asserting that it is morally wrong to hold beliefs based on insufficient evidence. Clifford used a pair of narratives to illustrate this principle. 1. The ship owner. Clifford narrates about a ship owner who, despite having strong evidence that his ship needed repairs, chose to believe otherwise. The ship's subsequent fate, sinking or surviving, was irrelevant to the ethical breach, which lay in believing against the weight of evidence. This story underscores the principle that belief should align strictly with the evidence available. 2. The slanderers. In another example, a group's baseless belief in the guilt of individuals, despite readily available exculpatory evidence, illustrates the moral failings of evidential neglect. Even though the accused were eventually found guilty based on deeper investigation, the initial belief was formed unethically. These narratives highlight a foundational concept in Enlightenment evidentialism, the ethical dimension of belief, wherein one has an obligation to form beliefs based on adequate and appropriate evidence. This extends beyond personal ethics into the social realm, as beliefs influence actions that affect societal well-being. Enlightenment evidentialism critically assesses religious beliefs through this stringent evidential lens. A contention arises particularly around the belief in God, deemed unreasonable under this framework if not supported by conclusive evidence. This view shaped the evidentialist critique of religious belief as often lacking sufficient empirical or rational justification. The evidentialist objection to religious belief, in God, can be set out in the following argument. P1. Belief in God is rational only. P2. This formalization encapsulates the evidentialist challenge to theism given the concurrent emergence of a critical assessment of the arguments traditionally used to justify belief in God, such as the ontological, cosmological, and teleological. Notably, thinkers such as Hume and Kant critique these argument types for claimed logical and empirical shortcomings. The result of this challenge arguably led in various degrees to the growth of varieties of skepticism, agnosticism, and atheism, as well as forcing theists to reconfigure their relationship to evidence in religious epistemology. Hence, in response to the challenges posed by Enlightenment evidentialism, defenders of the rationality of religious belief developed several counter-arguments, which can be classified based on which premise of the evidentialist objection they reject. Rejection of premise 1. Some argue that religious belief does not strictly require empirical evidence, suggesting that other forms of knowledge and experience might justify such beliefs. Rejection of premise 2. Others contend that the evidence considered insufficient by critics is, in fact, adequate, citing experiences, miracles, and the success of various arguments for Rejection of premise 2. Others contend that the evidence considered insufficient by critics is, in fact, adequate, citing experiences, miracles, and the success of various arguments for God as indirect but compelling evidence of divine existence. The second important idea is natural theology, which represents a unique interface between the strictures of Enlightenment evidentialism and the realm of religion, particularly in its shared insistence on the necessity of evidence for theistic belief. In effect, natural theology adopts the 34 taken from Clark, Religious Epistemology. This content downloaded from 193.55.96.20 on Friday, September 12, 2025. Evidentialist methodology but arrives at significantly different conclusions about fundamental religious beliefs, such as the existence of God, thereby challenging a stance that tends to favor skepticism regarding theological claims. Natural theology concurs with the fundamental principles of Enlightenment evidentialism, which dictates that beliefs must be substantiated by reason and empirical evidence. This agreement is reflected in the commitment of natural theologians to the first premise of the evidentialist objection to God, that rational belief in God requires evidential support. However, natural theology diverges in its interpretation and application of what constitutes sufficient evidence, particularly in relation to divine existence. This means that natural theologians dispute the second premise of the evidentialist objection, which posits the insufficiency of evidence for God's existence. Instead, they argue that the available evidence not only supports theism but that it does so convincingly. This stance is manifested through several classical arguments that have been foundational to natural theology in the Western traditions, such as the ontological, cosmological, teleological, axiological, and historical experiential arguments. Instead, they argue that the available evidence not only supports theism but that it does so convincingly. This stance is manifested through several classical arguments that have been foundational to natural theology in the Western traditions, such as the ontological, cosmological, teleological, axiological, and historical experiential arguments. These arguments are seen by natural theologians as fulfilling the evidential requirement laid out by Enlightenment evidentialism and as addressing both the empirical and rational dimensions of evidence. Natural theologians today have not remained static. This stance is manifested through several classical arguments that have been foundational to natural theology in the Western traditions, such as the ontological, cosmological, teleological, axiological, and historical experiential arguments. These arguments are seen by natural theologians as fulfilling the evidential requirement laid out by Enlightenment evidentialism and as addressing both the empirical and rational dimensions of evidence. Natural theologians today have not remained static in their defenses but have actively re-articulated and strengthened their earlier arguments in response to criticisms from evidentialist and other philosophical quarters. This dynamic engagement underscores their commitment to the evidentialist demand for robust, logically coherent, and empirically supported arguments. They aim not only to counteract atheistic interpretations of the same evidence but also to demonstrate that theism can be a rationally held position based on the available evidence. The approach of natural theology illustrates a critical engagement with Enlightenment principles, adapting its rigorous demands for evidence to support metaphysical and supernatural claims. This adaptation shows that the debate between skeptical evidentialists and natural theologians is fundamentally about the interpretation and sufficiency of evidence rather than methodology per se. Natural theologians assert that the evidence not only allows for belief in God but, when properly understood, actively supports such belief. Thus, natural theology, in its dialogue with Enlightenment evidentialism, highlights a vital aspect of contemporary religious epistemology, that evidential demands can be met in the context of religious belief, albeit through 35 C. Baker HYTCH, Natural Theology, Complex Philosophical Arguments. Natural theology has thus contributed to the development of contemporary religious epistemology by opening epistemic space for theistic beliefs and showing that they can emerge intact from the demands of skeptical evidentialism. Next in line for analysis is Wittgensteinian fideism, a stance that provides a stark contrast to Enlightenment evidentialism and its derivatives. This philosophical stance, influenced heavily by Ludwig Wittgenstein's theories of language and meaning, approaches religious language and belief through a lens that diverges significantly from the empirical and rational criteria emphasized by evidentialism. Wittgenstein's language games theory posits that meaning in language arises from its use within specific life contexts or forms of life. Each form of life has its own rules that govern the meaning and use of language, which are not universally applicable but context-dependent. This perspective fundamentally challenged the logical positivists' assertion that language must be either analytically true/false or empirically verifiable to be meaningful. Enlightenment evidentialism, as discussed, insists on complete empirical or logical justification for beliefs. Wittgensteinian fideism diverges from this by asserting that religious beliefs are part of a distinct language game with its own internal logic and criteria for meaning and truth. This approach suggests that the criteria set by evidentialism are not only inappropriate but irrelevant for assessing religious beliefs, which are deeply embedded in non-empirical, normative, and existential dimensions of human life. Key aspects of Wittgensteinian fideism include, firstly, that religious language is autonomous and governed by its own rules within a religious form of life. This insulates religious beliefs from external epistemological critiques that do not share the same foundational assumptions. Secondly, fideism holds that religious language does not compete with scientific or empirical language because they operate in fundamentally different domains. Religious statements are not deficient versions of empirical claims but operate under a different logic that does not conform to empirical verification. Thirdly, religious language is primarily expressive and participative, reflecting and reinforcing the communal practices and shared beliefs of a religious community. Understanding and engaging with religious language thus requires participation in its specific form of life. 37. It is debatable whether the position referred to as Wittgensteinian fideism, while natural theology attempts to engage with evidentialist demands by providing rational and empirical support for religious beliefs, thus accepting the evidentialist premise that belief in God requires evidence. Wittgensteinian fideism rejects this premise outright. It argues that the criteria for meaningful and justified belief in a religious context are not susceptible to the same standards used in natural science or empirical inquiry. An implication of this, of course, is that it introduces a relativistic element to religious epistemology, suggesting that what counts as a justified belief is relative to the language game one is playing. The stance challenges the universal applicability of Enlightenment evidentialism, proposing instead that different domains of human experience, such as religion, may legitimately operate according to their own epistemological standards. This not only broadens the scope of what can be considered rational but also emphasizes the diversity of human cognitive and cultural practices. Wittgensteinian fideism therefore provided a critique of sorts, as well as an alternative to Enlightenment evidentialism, by redefining the boundaries of meaningful and justified belief. It shifted the focus from universal evidential standards to the contextual, rule-governed practices of language games. In doing so, it offered a way to view religious beliefs as deeply rational within their own contexts, even if they do not conform to the strict empirical standards set by evidentialism. This perspective fostered a more inclusive and pluralistic understanding of knowledge and belief, recognizing the legitimacy of diverse forms of life and the ways in which they shape human understanding. The final idea to be examined is Reformed epistemology. A stance that represents a sophisticated philosophical challenge to Enlightenment evidentialism, specifically questioning the requirement that all beliefs, including belief in God, must be founded on argumentative and empirical evidence. Pioneered by the philosophers Alvin Plantinga, Nicholas Wolterstorff and William Alston. Reformed epistemology, also known as proper functionalism, argues against the classical foundationalist view that a non-inferential or properly basic belief must be either rationally self-evident or evident to the senses and indubitable to be rationally accepted. This latter perspective. 41 Bergman, Reformed Epistemology, pp. 41-55. 42 Reformed epistemology emerged in the early, embedded in Enlightenment evidentialism, is seen as too restrictive and not reflective of how humans actually form and justify their beliefs. Reformed epistemology proposes to broaden the spectrum of basic beliefs to include those that are not necessarily supported by arguments or evidence but are still rationally held because they are foundational to human experience, such as beliefs about other minds, the external world and even God. Reformed epistemology thus challenges the demarcation used by evidentialists between basic and non-basic beliefs, reclassifying the belief in God as properly basic and hence rational without inferential support. One of the potent critiques made within Reformed epistemology is that evidentialism, when applied consistently, undermines itself. If all beliefs must be supported by evidence, then the very rules of evidentialism would need justification by evidence, which cannot be adequately supplied. Moreover, the universal demand for evidence cannot be met consistently without falling into skepticism about many ordinary beliefs, such as beliefs about the past and other minds, and so on, that we typically take for granted. By demonstrating that these everyday beliefs would fail the evidentialist test, Reformed epistemology seeks to reveal an inconsistency in the evidentialist framework, arguing that it is self-defeating and untenable as a universal standard. When proponents of Reformed epistemology advocate that belief in God does not require evidential justification, they argue for the propriety of these beliefs based on their functionality within a person's noetic structure, the interconnected web of a person's beliefs. This approach leans towards an externalist view of epistemology, where the justification of a belief hinges more on the reliability of the process through which the belief is formed, rather than on evidential support accessible to introspection. The shift towards externalism in Reformed epistemology highlights the importance of the conditions under which beliefs are formed. This perspective challenges the necessity. If a belief is produced under conditions that are generally reliable, then the belief can be considered justified. This marks a significant departure from the internalist approaches typical of evidentialism, which focus on the justifiability of beliefs based on evidence perceptible or intelligible to the believer. Reformed epistemology, then, provides its own robust alternative to Enlightenment evidentialism by challenging its foundational premises and proposing a more permissive framework for understanding what it means for a belief to be justified. By expanding the scope of what counts as a basic belief and critiquing the self-defeating nature of strict evidentialist criteria. This approach arguably offers a distinctive way to reconcile rational belief in God with a rigorous epistemological framework. This has not only enriched the philosophical discourse around belief and justification but has also reassured those holding religious beliefs that their faith need not be at odds with rationality. Building on the above categories, we shall now introduce a more fine-grained epistemological classification for questions surrounding the justification of belief, which is the volume's central motif. By mapping the positions of certain key Islamic schools and figures in analytic terms, we shall begin to establish the specific intellectual contexts in which the contributions to this volume make their interventions. Justification of beliefs between analytic epistemology and Islamic theology. In bridging the discourses of analytic epistemology and Islamic theology, it is useful to focus on a specific theme. The one that best fits the present exercise is that of justification, what must be connected to empirical beliefs, such as those asserted within Islamic theology, for them to be justified. Next, for any Islamic perspective to engage prevailing contemporary discussions in religious epistemology, there must be mutual intelligibility between parties. In order to establish this, it is important to define precisely the terms of the engagement. For the sake of framing. 44. The following treatment of the Islamic tradition, we shall draw some common distinctions from contemporary epistemology with the following questions. 1. To what extent does the justification of empirical beliefs require internal access to relevant evidence? 2. To what extent does the justification of empirical beliefs require individual access to evidence? 3. What is the noetic structure by which the justification of beliefs is arranged? 4. What kinds of beliefs count as non-inferential, and what is their justificatory strength? Question 1 concerns the debate between positions termed externalism and internalism. A basic shared presumption is that every justified true belief requires a secure link to its object of knowledge. For example, for the belief that God exists to be justified and true, the concept of God must connect to the deity's actual existence. Externalism can be understood as the position that this link to the object of knowledge is not just necessary but sufficient for warrant. The most famous example is the proper. Externalism can be understood as the position that this link to the object of knowledge is not just necessary but sufficient for warrant. The most famous example is the proper functionalism, or reformed epistemology, articulated by Alvin Plantinga, in which the belief that God exists is warranted even in the absence of any access to evidence due to the faculties with which the human being has been endowed. An externalist in this sense will not necessarily think that human beings lack internal access to evidence, just that they need not. Internalism is the position that warrant also requires complete access, in principle, to all relevant evidence by epistemic agents. Classical-era theologians from the Sunni Kalam schools of the Ash'aris and Maturides, as well as the Mu'tazils, whose positions were adopted by many SHS, were invariably internalists. They understood religious beliefs, such as the existence of God, to receive justification from the evidence provided by rationally and scripturally based theological arguments. Such arguments, with which they filled their treatises, were intended as reproducible by audiences to engender the warrant claimed by their authors. An example from the Ash'ar tradition is Abu al-Mal al-Juwayni, d. 478-1085, who writes, "Sound inquiry, when pursued with full effort, and in the absence of a deficiency alongside it, furnishes rational certainty in affirming knowledge of that which is inquired about." In the Maturidi tradition, the example can be given of the Bukharan scholar Abu Ishq al-Afar, d. 534-1139, who uses variants of the phrase "the evidence that furnishes certainty" as the keynote to the epistemological introduction to his book. Likewise, in the text ascribed to Mankdim Shashdi, d. 425-1034, a notable Mu'tazil Zaydi theologian, there is mention of inquiry into evidences to arrive by them to knowledge. Anthony Booth has argued that in the case of the Mu'tazila, and with the caveat expressed in 2, below, the same is true for the other Kalam schools, this amounts to evidentialism. A subject S's belief that P is justified IFFS has sufficient evidence that P. For those Muslim scholars today who continue to work within the rational legacy bequeathed by the mainstream classical and post-classical Kalam discourse, a strong commitment to internalism remains central to their stance. This is the case even if the nature of that evidence can in some circumstances be pared down to the reception of mass-transmitted reports of the Prophet Muhammad and his miracles, along with sufficient rational argumentation to establish their evidentiary force, as discussed by Aaron Spivak in his chapter in this volume. Externalist theorists are much thinner on the ground, albeit not entirely absent. For instance, it has been argued that the Anbal theologian Ibn Taymiyyah, d. 1328, is an externalist, of the Plantingian proper functionalist kind. Because he holds that the human being has been created with a natural disposition, fra, which triggers warranted belief in God in the presence of divine signs in the world without the need to reason from. 49 Al-Juwayni, Al-Irshad, p. 61. Al-Juwayni, Evidence. Another externalist who appears in this volume is the modern SH theologian Mirza Mahdi Afan, d. 1365-1946, who, as discussed by Amir Mohammad Imami, independently developed a model remarkably similar to that of Ibn Taymiyyah. The debate over the basicality of Islamic belief and how that plays out against parallel Christian claims has been a vibrant area of recent discussion, as can be seen in Part 4 of this book. Question 2 is only a consideration for internalists, the distinction between individual versus communal access to evidence is arguably only significant when it is granted that internal access is needed in the first place. On this question, we can distinguish between strong evidentialism that requires every individual to possess internal justificatory evidence and sensible evidentialism that only needs there to be an appropriate relationship of community between the individual and others who do possess it. For example, in this view, a person's belief in the existence of astronomical black holes may be warranted without possessing any evidence, as long as they can in principle reliably consult the work of relevant experts. In Kalam, these ideas relate to the well-known divergence in opinion over following traditional authority in the matter of belief, al-taqlid fi al-iman. In general, whereas the Mu'tazila and some of the Ash'ar school required individual possession of evidence for the validation of faith, other Ash'ars and the Maturides validated the belief of the common believer who lacks this evidence when it was possessed by scholars. In this case, the evidence possessed by such experts acts as an internalist warrant for the common people. Nevertheless, both approaches were castigated on grounds of elitism by Ibn Taymiyyah. Foundation. Question 3 looks at the justificatory structure between beliefs. Foundationalism, in the debate over epistemological justification, asserts that at least some beliefs held by an epistemic agent are non-inferential, such that they are not arrived at by virtue of inference from, or in their relation to, other beliefs. They are thus termed basic beliefs. In contemporary discussion, albeit not necessarily in pre-modern thought, any beliefs that are held on a priori grounds, for instance, that the law of non-contradiction, LNC, is true, are often excluded from consideration. The debate turns, therefore, on empirical beliefs arising from perception of the world in some way. A long-standing motivation for foundationalism is a regress argument that justification becomes impossible if it does not reach back to individual beliefs that are not justified by other beliefs. They are taken, therefore, as furnishing the human being with basic knowledge on which further reasoning can be securely grounded. This argument, however, leads to a strong case that foundationalism is only viable if basic beliefs have a certain minimum amount of independent justificatory strength, see 4, below. The main alternative to foundationalism in terms of noetic structure is coherentism, a theory in which the warrant of beliefs is derived from their place within a larger system that is collectively justified. Instead of granting any individual belief a self-justifying status, coherentism is committed to the idea that justification always requires the coherence of that belief with others. Foundationalism and coherentism can both be applied in principle to internalism and externalism. In the former case, this is unproblematic. The varieties of internalism and externalism discussed under 1 are paradigmatically foundationalist. A problem arises in the latter case, however. It would seem that, for coherentism to be meaningful, an epistemic agent would need cognitive access to the evidence that a given belief coheres with their existing system of beliefs. Externalism thus may appear to undercut the motivation for coherentism, which is premised not on the basicality of beliefs, but on the good fit between them. Hence, arguably the best versions of coherentism propose that beliefs receive justification from their ongoing place within an epistemic structure on the basis of evidence. Nevertheless, every major epistemological theory within the Islamic theological tradition has been foundationalist if that label is interpreted in the above minimal terms. And none of the contributors to the present volume attempts here to advance a coherentist alternative. Question 4 considers the nature and justificatory strength of the non-inferential, or basic, beliefs that are held to exist under different versions of foundationalism, as defined in 3. The dominant Kalam approach is what can be called a variety of traditional foundationalism. This takes basic beliefs to either be furnished by one's external senses or one's reason in the form of immediate, or necessary, knowledge. There is also an important third category of testimonial knowledge, under which come the beliefs that arise through engagement with scripture and ultimately prophetic revelation. This is sometimes understood to be the product of inference, mutasab, in its entirety, although when it is the product of mass transmission, tawatur, it is often held to be non-inferential, error. Prophetic revelation, which is vouchsafed as an epistemic source through the public performance of miracles, is near universally accepted within Islamic thought. The Sufi claim to special religious knowledge through spiritual inspiration, ilm, or mystical unveiling, kashf, is treated more ambivalently. Some currents of thought take this as a super-rational source that can trump the limited capacities of human reason. Others, even if they do not deny the possibility of this mode of knowledge outright, argue that it is not suitable for the kind of religious knowledge with binding social implications which is the primary subject of debate. The model of traditional foundationalism can be termed a strong foundationalism insofar as the senses and reason, in the normal case that they are not impaired, form beliefs that are individually incorrigible. Suitable not merely for warrant, but for certain justification. If one were to reduce the justificatory strength of the basic beliefs so that each still individually provides justification, yet not incorrigibly, then this would be a form of moderate foundationalism. If their justificatory strength was to drop yet further, such that multiple basic beliefs were required together to reach warrant, this would be weak foundationalism, which in requiring other non-inferential beliefs for justification begins to come close to a kind of coherentism. As with 3, there seems little point in listing schools of thought within Islamic theology for 4, because, again, a single perspective dominated, strong foundationalism. Nevertheless, some scholars did diverge from this model in interesting ways. In the next section, we shall present the ideas of the major early theologian Abu Manr al-Maturidi as an example of such an alternative approach. Case study, al-Maturidi and the basicality of tradition. Al-Maturidi has a distinguished historical status in Islamic theological discourse. His theological summa, Kitab al-Tawhid, is acknowledged as the earliest such text extant. Even more significant in the present context is that he begins his book with sustained original epistemological theorizing, setting a very influential precedent for Sunni frameworks, especially the tradition bearing his name. The present case study, then, provides a fitting focused introduction into early Muslim epistemological thought, marking a point of departure for the themes tackled in this volume. Moreover, his model occupies an interesting place within the broader matrix of Islamic religious epistemology, staking out a distinctive position that otherwise would not be covered by the set of chapters that we have collected. The initial introduction to Kitab al-Tawhid explores how to find truth among various religions and sects, as well as the necessity of an interplay between tradition and reason to achieve this. It is followed by a treatment of valid and invalid epistemological sources in which al-Maturidi settles on a tripartite means to the kind of publicly verifiable knowledge addressed by Kalam in terms of perception, reports, and rational inquiry. At the same time, he rules out a number of purported sources for use in debate between the above-mentioned groups. Significantly, he rejects spiritual inspiration, ilm, for this function, though not in absolute terms. His discussion of the acceptable sources for epistemology are astute and proved extremely influential on the Kalam manuals and creedal texts that followed within Sunnism. The three-source scheme became so pervasive that we have chosen to use it to structure Part 2 of this volume. Going beyond al-Maturidi's legacy as school eponym, the question arises as to whether his own epistemological system is identical to that adopted by later Maturides. The argument we shall pursue is that, according to the reconstruction presented here, certain differences can be observed in his Kitab al-Tawhid that provide a contrast to the dominant strong foundationalism of Kalam due to his approach to the basicality of tradition. With respect to question 1, Al-Maturidi's epistemology is in the same family of evidentialism as discussed above. He affirms internalism, writing that the need for the truth amid competing religious beliefs is warranted via rational proof by which the truthfulness of a given authority's claims is known. The situation is more complex for 2. His discussion in this opening section of his book shows an awareness of the social dynamic. His discussion in this opening section of his book shows an awareness of the social dynamics of knowledge and implies that he thinks uncritical following, taqlid, among the masses is, in general, unavoidable. He acknowledges that each group has predecessors who are followed, kulan minhum lahu salaf yuqalid. Nevertheless, he remarks that such following is not sufficient by itself, as one's opponents in religion are able to draw on their own authorities and everyone should. 74 Al-Maturidi, Kitab al-Tawd, pp 6. Know the reality about the religion that he adopts. Wa al-Kulwid minhum marifat al-Aqd fi ma yadnuhu wa bihi. How can these two aspects be reconciled? It seems that what Al-Maturidi is pointing towards is that the problem of religious disagreement only emerges if there is no proper link between the uncritical follower's belief and the religious authority who possesses proof able to vindicate that belief against its rivals. He thinks, however, that membership of the tradition itself provides such a link as well as various other tools needed for the proper exercise of one's individual epistemic capacities. This position of sensible evidentialism leaves the full internalist rational justification of the truth a task for specialists. Even though suitable evidence must be ultimately available upon encountering a rival with conflicting beliefs, the full process of evidential inference is not a requirement for each member of the community. This position balances the evidentialist presumption that warrant requires evidential vindication with a degree of pragmatism in applying this idea to large populations of believers who lack the training to engage in sophisticated kalam argumentation. So far, this kind of internalist and sensible evidentialist position is fairly standard within the Maturidi and some aspects of the Ashar Kalam tradition. Where then is its distinctiveness located? It is not his response to 3, which we have characterized as a minimal commitment to a foundationalist structure of justification. Al-Maturidi straightforwardly holds that the unimpaired senses, for example, justify certain relevant beliefs, and there is no suggestion that he is a coherentist. The difference, therefore, comes in response to 4, with his idea of tradition, Sam, as an unavoidable non-inferential and corrigible source of beliefs within one's epistemic structure. Before crystallizing what such a position amounts to in contemporary epistemological terms, it is useful to provide some further textual support. Al-Maturidi uses the term Sam in at least 3 ways. First, tradition in the sense of knowledge conveyed through one's social situatedness is a backdrop to the intellectual lives of human beings. Although reason remains crucial for evidentially settling the debates between religions, its exercise always takes place within one's particular grounding in tradition in this general sense. Thus, he writes, as for tradition, there is no avoiding the human being taking it as a way or a school of thought, madhab, relying upon it and calling others to it, so that sophists share that with those who profess the existence of things and verify their reality. On this basis proceed the politics of worldly kings who all conduct themselves according to their mutual competition in seeking settlement of their affairs based on it and uniting the hearts of their subjects with it. The same is true for the person who calls to the prophetic message and to wisdom, as well as the person who organizes the different kinds of professions. This statement shows that Al-Maturidi sees tradition as an ineliminable part of human life and that including it within his epistemology is just to treat that life in a realistic way. One always works from within a framework of thought that is informed by the ideas of one's forebears, whether that means the reuse of the famous arguments of epistemological skeptics or the rebuttals of their opponents. If this is the case, however, then arguably one does not solely seek warrant for one's beliefs through chains of inference grounded in self-evident beliefs but advances rational justification within the epistemic context of the understandings and practices of tradition as such. When moving beyond these theoretical considerations at the start of his book, al-Maturidī explicitly invokes tradition to provide warrant to his positions. Here, he uses it in a sense somewhat narrowed from the earlier conception, in which he appeals to rightly guided tradition that ultimately has a divine source, albeit not exclusively within the dispensation revealed to the Prophet Muhammad. For instance, the first indication that he supplies to justify the belief that the originator of the world is one, and not more, is tradition. He writes, "As for tradition, the indication is the agreement of doctrine that is, by religions and sects, despite their differences, on the one." In other words, monotheism is such a shared point of tradition that its justification is not even needed in many discursive contexts. In a similar way, al-Maturidī argues that tradition, taken in a sense to include what has come directly from God, as well as those who God has allowed to be followed, does not affirm calling God a body. Again, when beginning to discuss the divine attributes, in a similar way, al-Maturidī argues that tradition, taken in a sense to include what has come directly from God, as well as those who God has allowed to be followed, in a similar way, al-Maturidī argues that tradition, taken in a sense to include what has come directly from God, as well as those who God has allowed to be followed, does not affirm calling God a body. Again, when beginning to discuss the divine attributes, he provides a tradition-based justification for the attribution and naming of God with active participles, such as powerful, qadir, and knowing, lim. He writes, "Tradition is what is brought by the Quran and the rest of God's books. And God is named by what was mentioned by the messengers and all of the creation, except a people who applied these names to other than him, thinking that affirming the name was to make a likeness between him and every named thing." Here tradition is still understood broadly, not just as the content of the Quran, but of all revealed scripture, and, by implication, not just the words of the messengers, but their followers. When discussing the creation and natures of things, al-Maturidī says, one must resort to tradition. In this, the reports of the people of monotheism are the most reliable source of knowledge because they have veracious proofs. Also, again, in a similar way, al-Maturidī argues that tradition, taken in a sense to include what has come directly from God, as well as those who God has allowed to be followed, does not affirm calling God a body. Again, when beginning to discuss the divine attributes, he provides a tradition-based justification for the attribution and naming of God with active participles, such as powerful, qadir, and knowing, lim. He writes, "Tradition is what is brought by the Quran and the rest of God's books. And God is named by what was mentioned by the messengers and all of the creation, except a people who applied these names to other than him, thinking that affirming the name was to make a likeness between him and every named thing." Here tradition is still understood broadly, not just as the content of the Quran, but of all revealed scripture, and, by implication, not just the words of the messengers, but their followers. When discussing the creation and natures of things, al-Maturidī says, one must resort to tradition. In this, the reports of the people of monotheism are the most reliable source of knowledge because they have veracious proofs. Despite favoring the reports of his own group, it is clear that tradition is a wider category than solely the Islamic revelation. Also, when discussing if judgment can be suspended on whether divine speech is a creation or not, al-Maturidī comment. This is far from the truth on account of there being no escape from traveling on a path of traditional authority, madhab al-taqlid, and most of the people reject that suspension of judgment. Finally, there are places, especially in the chapters in Kitab al-Tawhid on human actio, major sins and belief, parts that reflect al-Maturidi's presentation of the older Anaf theological legacy, in which tradition refers specifically to evidence from the Quran, Sunnah and common Muslim understanding. At this juncture it is necessary to clarify the epistemic status of revelation transmitted as tradition, especially when that is done through mass-transmitted, mutawatir, testimony, as is the case for the Quran. This aspect of tradition is considered by al-Maturidi to be certain, since it comes from a certainly reliable witness, the Prophet Muhammad, and via so many subsequent narrators that it is inconceivable that they can. D. 89 Al-Maturidi, Kitab al-Tawhid, p. 103. 90. Yet, from al-Maturidi's treatment it is clear that he thinks the belief in the Quran's certainty as a source, and its subsequent use in theological arguments, is inferential. It relies on rational consideration of the proof for the Prophet's truthfulness, as well as reflection on the number of channels through which the text has been received. Therefore, there is an important distinction between the general non-inferential sense in which a Muslim may encounter a statement of the Quran as part of the background of tradition and the inferential sense in which it becomes, upon rational reflection, a mass-transmitted report, khabar, in the context of discursive argument. What emerges from the first two of al-Maturidi's three usages of the concept of tradition is a kind of meta-epistemological discourse that is distinct from his account of the nature and function of the three standard epistemological sources of perception, rational inquiry, and reports, which includes his third usage. This kind of meta-theory can act to regulate justificatory activity within certain dialectical contexts by allowing appeal to tradition as a valuable, albeit corrigible, non-inferential epistemic source. It recognizes, as does sensible evidentialism, that an inferential case for warrant, even one that relies on strong empirically and rationally even one that relies on strong empirically and rationally grounded beliefs as premises, also makes use of general principles and inference methods that are not themselves included in those empirical or rational premises. It is now possible to provide a more precise answer to 4. Above according to al-Maturidi's epistemology. The category of tradition must include a number of non-inferential beliefs within the epistemic agent's noetic structure. For al-Maturidi, these traditional beliefs join those arising from sense perception and reason as the basic sources from which one can derive inferential knowledge. But unlike these other two sources, the beliefs of tradition cannot be taken as certain. Rather, taken as a whole, they are open to revision. It is the very fact that they are so open that, according to al-Maturidi's account, explains why differing traditions disagree on truth in the first place, given their presumably similar perceptual and rational faculties. This unavoidable basicality of tradition within al-Maturidi's epistemology has the consequence of avoiding strong foundationalism. In moving from the immediate beliefs prompted by the senses and reason to infer other empirical beliefs, tradition always comes into play, whether explicitly invoked or not. Hence, the strong foundationalist strategy of ensuring incorrigible inputs, certain rational inference methods. For instance, deduction, which then lead to demonstrably certain conclusions, is undercut. To put al-Maturidi's approach into a wider historical context, we can appreciate that the word he uses for tradition, sam, literally, that which is heard, recalls to some degree Aristotle's use of the term dasein for received opinion as the basis for dialectical, rather than demonstrative, syllogisms. Al-Maturidī is a dialectician par excellence and, like others from his era of Kalam, is happy to agree with his interlocutor on an accepted premise in order to advance justificatory arguments for his beliefs. A procedure that became increasingly disliked in later periods as Kalam was remodeled to resemble the Avicennan philosophical paradigm. That is not to say that Al-Maturidī thinks that one is unable to reach knowledge, ilm, or true justified belief, which is free of doubt, episteme. He just thinks that the route to that destination passes through tradition and the defeat of those possessing rival philosophical and theological views. Finally, it is possible to reflect on some of the advantages that may accrue from what might appear to be a less epistemically rigorous system. First, it may be a more realistic approach to how epistemic activity occurs in human social life, making